Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage of the Team USA Trials second round of competition at Sunset Station. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we get started for the day. Just like yesterday, we've got 6 games in the men's division, 6 games in the women's division. The women will be coming up a little bit later on today. So we've got the men to kick things off with their second round. John Zerbinski in the lead after the first day. Featured pair, 53-54. Bowlers on this pair, Justin Mandel, Michael Coffey. Nick Eaton, Jesse Rodriguez, and Aaron Lawrence. And our other pair is 51 and 52. Daniel Kimmer. Got Booker, Newt. A little hard to read the scoreboard this morning. Colors make it a little challenging sometimes. All right, let's see if I can actually read this now. We've got Eric Garowanak, Thomas Newt, Daniel Kimmer, Duran Booker, and Justin Gartner on that pair. As we get started bright and early this morning. Pattern today, Beijing, 35 feet, the shortest of the 5 patterns that the bowlers are going to see this week. Yesterday was Athens, 40 feet, so today about 5 feet shorter. We'll have to see how things progress throughout the block today. Yesterday, a pretty high scoring day. See if what the scoring pace is like today after the first couple of games. If you aren't familiar with how this event works, maybe you're tuning in for the first time, it's a little bit different than a regular tournament in that there's a points system that determines who makes the step ladder. You earn points based on your finish each day. So, for example, if you finished 10th yesterday, you got 10 points. If you finished 25th yesterday, you got 25 points. John Cervinski, he led yesterday's opening round, so he got 1 point. The goal, you can probably see where this is going, after 5 days is to have the least amount of points you can. Obviously, if John Zerbinski were to win every day, he'd have 5 points, and that would be pretty good. And he would certainly be the top seed with 5 points, but that's unlikely to happen. Nobody's, more than likely, I can't say nobody, but more than likely, nobody's going to be in the single digits by the end of the week here in points, but it is possible. One of the bowlers I was talking to yesterday said their goal is 15 points, which makes sense because that would be an average of a third-place finish each day. And if you average out being a third-place finish each day, then you would be guaranteed a spot in the stepladder because the top 3 advance. And I'd probably be willing to guess that if you finish third each, average of third place, you probably would be the top seed for the stepladder. If you want to know more about the tournament, you want information on the rules, the format, all of that information, as well as live scoring, stats. You can sign up for email updates, all available on our website, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. You have bowl.com/Team USA Trials. when you get there, click the 2013 results link, and you can get that information on live scoring. I'm not sure if it's up and running yet this morning. It looks like it is. It's actually pretty handy if you are watching the live streaming. We're on 51 through 54. Morning to all of my friends checking in the chat. And again, there are 5 guys on a pair. So it takes about 45 minutes a game, and it'll take them about 4.5 hours to bowl this block. So it's a little bit of a grind each day for them. The women, not as bad. It's only 3 on a pair. So it goes pretty fast, about 30 minutes a game. The women are scheduled to start at 1:45 this afternoon Pacific time. I'm going to guess it might be closer to 2. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I tweeted and put on my Facebook page this morning that came in setting up. We've got a pretty good bird's eye view up here from my platform, and saw some folks scuffing the urethane balls getting ready for this morning. A short pattern, 35 feet. You see some of the players, especially high rev players, using some of the urethane equipment and playing right up the gutter. It looks like, just kind of glancing around, a lot of people are playing to the right, which is seems like a good game plan to me. I think that's where the high scores are going to be. Certainly on the fresh. Runs Chad wants to know what the cross is today. Should be the same as yesterday. Skip 3 pairs, bowl on the 4th. Left moves left, right moves right. And the reason they do that is because that way you don't bowl with the same 5 people all day. It mixes it up a little bit. Looks like the live scoring is working pretty good this morning. Let's hope that it stays connected and working. You can find that on bowl.com. Looking for the link for the live scoring. Morning to Brian Valenta in the chat. Brian, you should be out here bowling. Maybe we'll see you next year. Everybody should come out and bowl this event. It's a great event, and almost a capacity field on the men's side. 171 men out here this year. The capacity was 175. I think next year might have to find a way to expand the field. Got a lot of interest out there in this event. A lot of young people coming out here to try to get spots on Junior Team USA and Team USA as well. We had a couple last year who not only won this event, they got Junior Team USA, Team USA spots. Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen, they took the lot last year. And by winning this event, they were able to go bowl in Poland at the World Cup. And this year's winner will also represent the United States in the World Cup in both the men's and the women's divisions. As you're watching this morning, do us a favor and let everybody know on Facebook and Twitter that the live streaming is online. You can click the like button right below the video that you're watching, and that should open up an opportunity for you to share our page on Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. So if you wouldn't mind, please like our video and then continue on and share it on your Facebook and your Twitter so that we can get as many people watching as possible. Had some pretty good numbers yesterday. Hope to continue that here today. Marcus Johnson wants to know how much it costs to bowl the trials. If you entered early, before December 14th, it was $350, and if you entered after that date, it was $395. The tournament lasts 5 days. 6 games each day. Top 3 make the stepladder. Again, our featured pairs 51 through 54 if you're watching on the live stream and want to check it out on the live scoring. Damien wants to know how the point system works, and Z Bloom wants to know how to say John's last name. It's Zerbinski. Zerbinski. I learned how to say that over the last few years. And Damien, the point system, it's pretty simple. Each day is its own, basically like a mini tournament. So yesterday they bowled 6 games, and John Zerbinski, he led, so he got 1 point for being first. Second place, Eddie Van Daniker got 2 points. Third place, 3 points on down the line. 25th place got 25 points. And today we'll do the same thing. If Eddie Van Daniker, who finished second yesterday, wins today and finishes first, he would now have 3 points because 2 from yesterday, 1 from today. And we do that each of the 5 days. And after 5 days, whoever has the least amount of points will be the top seed for the show. And the second and third place bowlers will also advance to the stepladder finals. Keith asks what the qualifications are needed to try out for team trials, and you just have to have a desire to be one of the best bowlers in the country. It's about the only qualification, that and a USBC membership. Now, I personally would recommend, if you're planning on bowling the Team USA trials next year and you want to build toward that, the first thing that I would do is start bowling in sport bowling leagues. You need to get bowling on tougher patterns, because these patterns are not the same patterns that you will see in your regular league on a house shot. And if you want more information on sport bowling, you can go to bowl.com/sport bowling and check that out. I bowl in a sport league. It's really, for me, a lot more fun. It's more challenging, and it definitely makes you a little bit sharper of a bowler, and you'll get better as a result. Now, if you got a big ego and you love averaging 240, maybe sport bowling's not for you, because your average is going to go down maybe as much as 20, 30 pins initially, because it is much more challenging. But the payoff at the end is is much more rewarding when you're able to throw strikes on a sport pattern versus a house shot. And another side bonus is if you bowl a sport league, anytime you do bowl on a house shot, it feels even easier. So that's one side benefit. So bowl.com/sport bowling for more information. Michael Coffey started with a spare 3-bagger, just left that 4-pin. As we're just kind of underway here in the first game of the day here at the Team USA Trials. If you're having a hard time finding the live scoring, it's pretty easy to find. Go to bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And then just click on the 2013 results. Daniel says good morning and wants to know if if the camera will be moving. We're sticking on the pairs you're on now. Every time we live stream, we pick 2 pairs, and those are the pairs that we stick with for the whole tournament. And so we were on 51 through 54. The reason we do that is because over the course of the 5 days, just about everybody, and I can't promise you everybody, but just about everybody will make their way in front of these pairs at some point. And so that's the most equitable way to do it. If we changed pairs every day, then we may end up with the same people every day. So we want to give everybody an opportunity to be on the live streaming at some point. Obviously, people are going to be on multiple times, and that's just random. But this is the way we've got it set up for you. And hope you enjoy it. You can check out the live scoring. And bowl.com/Team USA Trials for information on the live scoring and the stats and the results. Cross should be same as yesterday. Skip 3 pairs bowl on the 4th. So if you're on lane 50, you would go to 58. I assume it's staying the same. I haven't been told any differently, but we'll be able to tell right after this game. Keep an eye on a player and see where they're moving to. Mr. Phillies fan wants to know what pair A.J. Johnson is on. A.J.'s off to my right here. I think he's on 58. 57, 58. We're bowling on the short pattern today, 35-foot Beijing is the pattern. are in the 7th frame on our featured pairs right now. Game number 1. Justin Mandel just threw his 3rd consecutive strike there. Well, I decided to try to make it a little easier on everybody to find the live scoring, the stats, and the results. So if you refresh the page, our YouTube channel here, you'll see on the bottom underneath the video the links to the live scoring, men's stats, and results page. But you'll need to refresh to be able to see that. Eric Garoniak up on the right lane here, working on 4 in a row, and just missed the head pin to the right, left the washout on that shot. Aaron Lawrence. Messenger. Oh, it tapped that 10 pin a couple of times, and it's wobbling, and it might fall into the gutter when it puts it back down. Let's see, because I think it's about halfway off the lane, and no, it's about a quarter of the way off the lane, so if he throws it in the gutter, I bet it would knock it over. Let's hope he doesn't, though. We'll keep an eye on it. If you don't want to refresh, Dennis, you don't have to. It's for the people who are having troubles finding all the links. And Aaron makes the spare with no problems. Open frame for Eric. 148 in the 8th for him. Jesse Rodriguez up here in the 8th frame. He's clean through 7 frames. Started with a double since then. No doubles. A little hard to see his ball going down the lane. The lefty playing so far left. He gets the double there, though. And please remember, as you watch the live scoring and look at the stats, that's all kind of in a test mode. We're testing that out here this week. So if it doesn't work perfectly 100% of the time, please be patient. They will be working on it, trying to perfect this software here at Sunset Station. We've got a rep from Brunswick out here helping to get this stuff all squared away, and the hope is that every time we have a tournament here, we can make use of these features. Maybe one day every tournament will have these kind of features. It'd be nice to have, wouldn't it? Live scoring and stats. It certainly makes watching live streaming a little easier when you can see the scores. It's something that is a little challenging sometimes. And I understand the live scoring may not be working on a couple of pairs. I'm sure that they are working on that. And It's possible they might be having a breakdown down there. I'm not sure. My guess is they're having an issue down there. That's so far away from here, I can't see 9 and 10 because I'm on 51 through 54. But if you click, there's a little button that says show commercials on inactive lanes on the live scoring. If you click no, it'll take away that cover image. And if you do that, you can see that they have a bunch of red marks, which means score corrections. So something must be going on down there. Again, that live scoring, you can check out any pair you want to in the bowling center. So if you know where your friend or family member or favorite bowler happen to start the day, you can find them pretty easy. Otherwise, you got to kind of click through until you find them. And that's a little frustrating with 70 lanes in play, but you should be able to click through pretty quick. Justin Mandel, 9th frame on this pair. Greek Church. He's having a good game before that shot, too. He's at 183 in the 8th, and that 5 count in the 9th. So he's still looking to get in the 200s this game, but Greek Church going to lower that max score potential dramatically. Jesse Rodriguez, 9th frame, working on a double here. And a lefty. It's a good shot. 3 in a row. Have an opportunity for a big game to kick off the day. It's Daron Booker. Strike in the 9th. He's still got a max score out there of 244 this game if he strikes out in the 10th. Michael Coffey stepping up here in the 9th, working on 3 in a row, and got that one in just a hair and leaves the 4-pin. He's still got a good game going, though. He picks that up, strikes out. 248 is where his max potential is this game. Chris Huffman checking in. Yes, short pattern is today. For those of you who have bowled on patterns like this, you can probably tell just from watching the one ball go down the lane. You can see everybody playing that far right, and you can tell it's a short pattern, 35-foot Beijing pattern here today. Someone mentioning John Janowitz in the chat, and yes, he's off to a good start. He's off to the left of the featured pair here. We're not going to see him today because he's going to be moving the other direction, I believe, but John with front 4 spare 3-bagger. So Double J is whacking him early on here on this short pattern. Daniel wants to know, you can find today's running totals, only finding yesterday's results. Well, this is the first game, so first off, they have not finished a game yet. And secondly, this is not a total pinfall tournament. It is a points-based tournament. So the only way that total pinfall comes into play is, I believe, to break a tie in the point standings. So really all that matters is their performance today. It's not yesterday's pins don't really matter too much. They do a little bit, but not too much. Eric Garoniak, 175. Daniel Kimmer, 131. Ron Booker up now. That is a double for him, and he's in the 230s right now. Another strike, he'll be in the 240s. Thomas Newt can strike out for 195. He already got the first one in the 10th. Justin Mandel, 211. Mick Eaton, 177. Jesse Rodriguez up right now, the lefty. Gets a little help on the 6-pin for 4 in a row. And his max is 243 this game. He's in the 230s right now. Michael Coffey getting ready to step up. Far right side of your screen. Will be coming in the picture in a second here. And he can strike out here for 248. He leaves a 6-pin on that shot. Booker gets a little help there on that 6-10 for the strike and 3 in a row. That'll put him in the 240s. Good start to the day for him. .242. Jesse Rodriguez, Michael Coffey, 237 if he strikes on the fill. Justin Gartner just got the second one of the 10th, excuse me, and if he strikes on the fill, he'll shoot 201. Final shot here for Gartner. He gets 6, so 197 is his first game score. Aaron Lawrence leaves a 10-pin. And Aaron's going to be at 207 this game if he spares that 10-pin and strikes on the fill. 2:06 for Aaron Lawrence, and we'll wait for game 2 to get started on the featured pairs. Wait a couple of minutes here before they move in. Shouldn't be very long at all before we get started again with the next game. All right, should be getting started here on 51 and 52 with game number 2. All the names are starting to move across, and we'll get started right now. Jacob Camacho start things off with a strike. Brian Eaton getting ready to be up on the right lane here. Also on this pair, we've got Brandon Martin, Andrew Anderson, and Alex Weaver. And on our other pair, they are just getting started here. Brandon Cray, Nick Adams, Wesley Edwards, and Willie Jones. And you can follow along on the live scoring. If you scroll down underneath the video, you'll see some links to the scoring. And the stats and the results as well. Be a few minutes before they get the updated standings coming in. Some debate going on in the chat about the point system, and I think that that you may underestimate the number of points that it will take to potentially make it into the stepladder. If we look at last year's points list, I thought that the numbers would be pretty low that it would take to win or make the top 3 for the automatic spots, but it ended up being on the men's side. Marshall Kent won with 43 points. Steve Smith was second with 57, and A.J. Johnson was third with 66. So keep that in mind as you think about this this format. Last year, Jarrett Mizo finished 4th with 76, and Chris Vi was 5th with 84 points. And you think about those point totals, that was only for a 4-round tournament. We now have added another round, so 5 rounds. So you're looking at potentially a number in the 70s, 80s to make the top 3. So if you finished in the the top 70 or 80 yesterday, you still got a real good chance if you can bowl great the last 4 days. This tournament rewards consistency and versatility. Those are the 2 of the key aspects that the coaches are looking for making Team USA. And another factor to keep in mind that will certainly potentially affect the points totals is that there are more men bowling this week than last year. Last year there were 145 on the men's side. This year there's 171. So there are more points to be had out there this year. Larry asking how they accumulate points. Each day, you accumulate points based on your finish in that day's competition. So if you finished 50th yesterday, you picked up 50 points. If you finished 10th yesterday, you got 10 points. And we do that each day for 5 days. And the top 3 with the least amount of points make the step ladder. And Yanks fan making a point in the chat that if you finish poorly yesterday and you win the next 4 days, you got no chance. And I would argue that if you finished 170th in the first day and then you won the next 4 days, I would say the coaches are probably going to look pretty strongly at you in the selection process if you don't make the step ladder. But hey, you got to be consistent, and you got to be versatile, and you got to work on your game. Because this tournament is to select and put together the best possible Team USA to go to international tournaments and win gold medals. That's the bottom line. Andrew Anderson leaves the 4-9 split in the third frame. I think the point system is definitely a different way of looking at things, and people just aren't used to it. And you know, you don't know how many points it's going to take to make the top three. I mean, it could be 20 points, it could be 120 points. It really depends on the field and how, you know, consistent all the players are. And you just got to get out there and get every single pin you can each day, and hope that at the end of the day that you have finished high enough to keep you in the hunt. Because really, when it comes down to it, each bowler controls their own destiny. That's the bottom line. Starting yesterday, you control your own destiny. You are the one who determines where you finish in the standings based on how much work you've put in, your talent level, all of the above. And the people who work hard and the people who have the best talent are going to be the ones that are going to rise to the top. That's the way it is in every single bowling tournament. Shrek saying it seems to him that someone who can win a field, win the total pinfall, I guess is what he's saying, would be a better representative than someone who's in the top 20s all the time, and I would disagree. Because a lot of times in the past at this tournament where we've used multiple patterns, 4 or 5 patterns over a number of days, you will have somebody who just absolutely demolishes one pattern. And they finish, you know, way above the rest of the field, whatever, and then that person goes on to win. Is that really the type of bowler that you want on Team USA, where you bowl on multiple patterns like this in international competitions? You want somebody who's going to be consistent and who can play on all patterns and give you the best opportunity to win gold medals. And Dennis makes a good point. The bottom line is the format is known before people enter. It's your choice after that whether to play or not. And so that's correct. Everybody knows coming in that this is what the deal is. It's no secret that this is how they figure that out. We're in the 5th frame here of game number 2, early on in our 2nd round of men's competition at the Team USA Trials. Do have live scoring up and running for you. You can find that on bowl.com. Someone in the chat asking about Wesley Edwards. He's up right there on the right lane. Spare strike, open strike this game. So he steps up in the fifth frame on what is a pretty low-scoring pair this game. Just joining us, we're live from Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center in Henderson, Nevada, just outside Las Vegas. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we are halfway through game 2 of 6 in the men's division. The women will be coming up this afternoon around 2 p.m. Pacific time or so. Their schedule start 1:45. May or may not start a couple of minutes late. Depends on the pace of play here with the guys. Eaton with a strike in the 6th. That is 4 strikes in a row for him after starting with a couple of spares this game. Jacob Camacho, he had the front 5 before he left that 10 pin you see right there. Connor Hickey in the chat wants to know if they re-oil the lanes before the women bowl, and yes, they will re-oil the lanes. Gloria wants to know if the score seemed lower today compared to yesterday. Hard to tell. Need to see the first group of standings coming in here before I can make an assertion about that. Still waiting on those first game standings to come in, and like I always say, the first game always takes a little bit longer to get the standings, but it really matters towards the end. Nice shot by Anderson there in the 6th for a double. And they will strip and re-oil, so at the end of this block. Trying to keep up with the chat, but if I missed your question, please feel free to post it again. Sometimes it moves a little quick for me to keep up with all the other stuff I'm doing over here, all the buttons I'm pushing. If you don't subscribe to our YouTube channel, you'll see a subscribe button above the video, and if you are not a subscriber, go ahead and click subscribe. And once you do that, it'll give you the option to sign up for email updates, so you'll get an email every time we post a new video here on our YouTube channel. Don't worry, it's not that often, maybe once, twice a week. And you'll also be alerted when the live stream archive footage of it is available. You'll get an email telling you that you can watch the playback on the live stream. But just click the subscribe button. It's free, and you can keep up to date with us here on YouTube. It's a pretty handy feature. I know I like to get the email updates every time that we post the sport bowling video tips. Those are always handy to have. You can always watch them on your phone too when you're getting ready for Sport Bowling League. Might help you out. Marco wants to know if these are the patterns that Team USA will see in different tournaments around the world. Yes, it is. These are the WTBA lane patterns that we're bowling on here in this tournament. 5 different patterns. There's 12 total patterns, and we've got 5 of them this week. And what will happen is at the World Championships and the Zone Championships, other events, they will use these patterns. So these are the same patterns that are used in international competition that Team USA will bowl on, and Junior Team USA as well. That's why they use them, because Team USA is going to have to bowl on these patterns to win medals. Then it makes sense to bowl on these patterns to determine the team. Rashawn wants to know what pattern is being used today. It is Beijing, and it's 35 feet. And if you want more information on all of these World 10-Pin Bowling Association patterns, you can go to world10pinbowling.com. world10pinbowling.com. Dennis just being funny. Why isn't this a 12-day event using all of the patterns? I tell you what, I don't know that the bowlers would make it 12 days bowling 6 games a day. Would that be like 72 games or something? That'd be crazy. That'd be a lot of games. I bet we'd have a lot of people drop out. Dark Striker asks if there are different levels of difficulty with the patterns this week, and I would say that depends on your game, and some people like short better, some people like long better. It just kind of depends on each individual bowler. Of course, some patterns on a whole will be higher scoring than others. That's just the way bowling is. Yesterday was pretty high scoring. And, keep in mind, these are the best bowlers, some of the best bowlers in the country out here bowling, so they are gonna score high, score well, some of them. But the patterns are picked by the Team USA program to, put the most versatile team together. And that's why they picked the 5 different patterns. And that's why, frankly, it went from 4 days to 5 days this year, to give an extra round and an extra pattern. The trials usually during this same time of year. They have been for a while now, a few years. And I don't know if that's going to change or not moving forward. But this is normally, in the past, the time of year that it's been held. As Camacho strikes in the 8th. He is 167 in the 7th frame. Missed a single pin last frame, but rebounds nicely with the strike. Ben wants to know my prediction for the winning score today. Gosh, I don't even know where I would start with making a prediction. It's hard to say. Ask me after they've bowled 3 or 4 games, and I might give you an answer. I do see one pair that is having a breakdown right now, so it's never good for business. And we're still waiting on the standings from Game 1, so as soon as we see those, we'll let you know. By the way, that stats link that you may be looking at, that's going to be just it's going to be a cumulative total. It'll have all the games on there. I think we're going to have somebody coming on here who can answer all of our questions that we've been having about the lane conditions. And so we'll get him set up here. Dell Ballard coming in to join us. Good morning, Dell.
Good morning, Mr. Wise Man.
So somebody just asked a question that I don't know the answer to, and you might. What's the scoring pace expected to be like today? High, low, medium?
I would say medium
depends.
to low, actually.
Okay.
The issue with the short patterns is how many people are going to use urethane, how many people are going to use reactive. This is not your typical short pattern because a lot of times when it's a 35-foot pattern, it's a 25-foot pattern, live oil, and then buffed to 35 feet. Well, this one's actually a 31.5 feet live oil, buffed to 35. So you've only got 3.5 feet of buff, which means there's a whole lot of volume through 31 feet. So it allows people to use your reactive balls, or it gives the impression they can use reactive balls. And for me, I really expect people to stay in urethane balls longer and have more success. But just because there's more oil in the front and through the mid lane, everybody's going to think they can use reactive. Just so it depends on what the field does.
And you would generally expect on a pattern like this, most people would play pretty far right.
Oh, yeah.
And
but
is that something
you
you're
see a lot
seeing?
of people playing the second arrow already.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is that people are starting to
There's a fake
move around.
look. I think there's a fake look early on because there seems to be oil between 5 and 10. There's a fake look that'll trap you into thinking you can hook it. But just like the guy on lane 54 just found out, you miss a hair bit left, and guess what happens?
Yeah.
Because he's throwing reactive, and then boom, see, goes Brooklyn. I'm telling all my guys, make sure you use urethane, stay out on top of it. Don't be tempted to move yet, because it'll happen after about 3 games. The oil will finally get far enough down lane by shooting spares that you'll be able to use reactive.
Now, can the people who start too far left make it kind of ugly for later on?
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I think is going to keep the scoring pace lower, because you can actually use reactive, or you have the impression you can use reactive when you're really not supposed to. It's a fake, in my opinion.
Dell Ballard Jr. stopping in, and you are here working for Storm and Roto this week. And,
yeah, the bowlers company decided to help out their bowlers that are here.
What a novel idea.
Yeah, and you know, there's not a whole lot of money to be made, but you know what there is to be made? Insurance.
That's true. That's a big prize. We haven't talked about that, but that's a big prize for some of these people.
To me, we've got a couple staffers here that don't have health insurance. So, you know what? That's a great benefit for bowling this tournament, and it's important. It's very important to some of the players that they have health insurance. That have kids, especially.
Yeah. And to clarify, that is a benefit that's provided by the United States Olympic Committee. The top 2 players will get the option of having health insurance
top
for the
2
year.
players, men and women.
Men and women, exactly.
Yes.
And so they can, it's a free health insurance,
yes.
Which is a pretty big deal considering how much health insurance is starting to cost these days.
It's a $5,000 value.
Yeah.
So to me, you know what? I get it. You know, I have a child, and I've had some health issues, and I understand how important insurance is, and so I get it. You know, I understand why they're here and why they're trying every shot, and they appreciate the help.
So you've got a lot of guys out here throwing Storm and Roto stuff. And
yes.
what are some of the the more popular balls that are being used, you think, this week? I think that Storm's got some new ones. Every time I put on Facebook, I see a bunch of pictures of gold bowling balls, and I think that's a new Storm one, right?
That's the new Storm IQ Tour Pearl.
And I saw that out here yesterday. Some people were throwing
on the longer patterns, it's going to be just fine, because it does change directions quite a bit. But, the Rotogrip Disturbed rolled extremely well yesterday for men and women. And Deandra used it the whole block. Serbinski used it the whole block. And they fared quite well. And today, Serbinski thought he could use it. And he tried it in practice. He said, oh, it looks good. It looks good. I said, do not fall into the trap of using reactive, even though I know that you can manipulate it with your hand. Don't fall in that trap. You want to spare open, switch to a urethane ball, three-bagger. So to me, why even mess with it? I'd rather flat 10 2 or 3 times a game and keep my ball in the pocket instead of a possible double or a three-bagger, big four, lose all the count. So, yeah, I just think playing safe the first 3 games on this is definitely the way to go.
John ended up shooting 200 that first game.
Hey,
he
to me,
got that three-bagger, didn't get another double, but,
right.
200 is probably not a bad score, right?
No, just grind. I try to get my guys the mentality of grind, my guys and girls. Don't try to shoot 250 every game. Try to shoot 2-0, 2-1, and then when you get on a good pair, try to take advantage of it. And that way you don't fall into the trap of three-bagger, big four, three-bagger, big four, three-bagger, big four. Even though I know it's 190-2-0, it's the wrong way to shoot 190-2-0.
Dell, this tournament has a different kind of format than most tournaments do, with the point system. Each day is kind of its own little mini tournament.
Yes.
What advice do you give your players who maybe did not bowl well yesterday? Maybe they 50th, 60th. I mean, they're certainly not out of it.
No.
But are you trying to keep them out of getting into panic mode? After one day.
Yes, because what it is it doesn't allow you to finish 50th or 60th and then make up all those pins on the one pattern that you succeed on.
Right.
This is going to be a more true test of who bowls better on all the patterns instead of maximizing on 1 or 2 and trying to stay out of trouble in the other 3. And to me, I really like the point system. And the one thing I stressed to all my players yesterday was you can't win it today. I told Serbinski, I said, yeah, you led today. It doesn't mean you're going to be on the team.
Right.
So you have to try to finish as high as you can on every pattern, because it's not like it's about pins. Like he led by 80 pins or something yesterday. I said, no, you led by 1 spot. Get that totally out of your head, get that mind frame out of your head, and have the right frame of mind whenever you bowl. That you just try to bowl as well as you can and finish as high on the patterns as you possibly can. I like it. I really do. That keeps somebody from, like, say they have an advantage on the short, really getting a big lead on the short, and then falling into it on the other 3 or 4 patterns. Yeah, I like this a lot better.
53 and 54 just wrapped up. Nick Adams 143, Wesley Edwards 217, Brandon Cray 194, and Willie Jones 180. They're just starting the 10th frame here on 51 and 52. You can follow along on the live scoring on bowl.com. And got a comment on the live scoring. Absolutely love the ability to see the scores of everyone. Great job. And thank you for the comment on that. Dell Ballard Jr. is joining us here.
Yeah, I'm getting texts from players right now.
John Serbinski. Seeing some
94
trouble
in the
down
7th.
there? 94 in the 7th, huh?
Yes.
So you may have to run away here, huh?
No.
Just tell him to calm down, right? Yeah.
That's what I told him. I said,
don't get too worked up over
it. Or did it hook too much? He'll tell me.
It's a pretty young field here this week. I know you made the team a number of years ago through the team trials, and it's a very young field, which I think is encouraging in some respects.
Oh, it's great. I love it because Starbucks has half the people in it that they normally would if it was a tour stop, because all the old people, whoa.
Off camera, somebody just hung up at the ball and almost went to the
he just stepped on the approach also. That's one thing that people don't understand is once you step on the lane, do not step on the approach. Try to step away from it, because you'll leave a footprint. And I hope he knows that, because if not,
it could be bad again.
It could be bad on his next shot.
We'll keep an eye on it.
There's oil there now.
Yeah. Hopefully he didn't go too far over the line,
Yeah.
but that was off our camera. But Anderson here in the
Perfect.
10th. Yep, he's got a good line there, right?
2-1. He's just going right up 4-5.
Yep.
Just keeping the ball in play. And that's your thing. And, you know, that's all you have to do. You got to keep it.
Dell's working on his phone here, texting with one of the players, trying to get him lined up. That's one of Dell's roles here this week, is to help the players that are throwing storm and roto grip stuff get matched up. And I think the goal for Dell this week is to have one of his players probably win this tournament and make the team. As many storm staffers make the team as possible. So he's working hard.
Yeah, he's actually saying that he's got over-under.
That's never a good thing.
Well, it's hard to have over-under with urethane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That means either your ball speed's varying a little bit or your hand's varying a little bit, because there's enough volume out there that the ball shouldn't be overreacting. It can possibly underreact, but if it's overreacting, you're not throwing it the same. He should be able to, if it's underreacting, he should be able to move a little bit right and keep his hand soft and let it read. But the high end of the house here is notoriously harder than the last 2 or 3 pairs there have been topography issues from what I hear. And he's on the 69 and 70.
I see him down there. Yeah. Today is a whole new day. The pinfall from yesterday doesn't really matter. It's all about where you finish today.
Yes.
So it's, in some respects, a pretty short, only 6 games, pretty short.
Yes,
and so you can't really afford to give away a whole lot, right?
That's one thing. That's another reason why I like urethane, is because you shouldn't be giving away a whole lot if you're keeping your ball in play. You may not strike as much as you normally do, but like you say, you just want to keep it in play and don't give up. You don't want to bury yourself, and that's the number one thing, is you don't want to bury yourself on this. And
we just got the standings in from the first game. Steve Smith, 269. John Janowitz, 268. Darren Tang, 264. Gary Faulkner, 258. Deron Booker, 244. Aaron Yamamoto, also 244. And yesterday, after the first game on the men's side, I believe we had 78 guys who shot 200 or better. And
so a little less than half the field.
That was yesterday. Today, it was 53 shot 200 or better. So scoring a little bit lower today than it was yesterday, which I think is kind of expected.
Right.
And John Zerbinski, 53rd place after first
See
game,
me?
but that's one game.
I'm okay by that. He may be struggling this game, but he said he did make the move in, and Steve Smith, you said, bowled well.
Yep, 269.
You know what? So I just got caught with my pants down because Steve doesn't have a urethane balls, and he's probably going the 10-5 deal. But you're also talking about a very, very good player.
Yes.
And Steve said Zerbinski just said he went like 10-5 with his Manic, and he said he had a double. So, and it may be the high-end pairs, because they're both down there.
And could it be that we're already getting to that point?
It's possible. I mean, it is possible. Like I said, the third game, after 3 games, maybe it's after 2.
Yeah.
Maybe the transitions happen a little bit quicker than I expected.
Let's run through the scores real quick. Brian Eaton, 224. Brandon Martin, 209. Jacob Camacho, 237. Andrew Anderson, 213. And Alex Weaver, 179. As game 2 comes to a close on the featured pairs. And let's see if there's any questions in the chat. Brian Valenza wants to know if you're going to be in Detroit.
Absolutely.
Kind of figured the answer was yes on that one.
I land from Japan, where my wife and I are going to go bowl the DHC Cup. We land on the 20th, that Sunday, at 8:20 in the morning, and I have a 6 p.m. flight that evening to Detroit. I figure I'll get into Detroit late, get a decent night's sleep before the practice session, or at least try to get a decent night's sleep from the jet lag, and be on my way.
Andy James asks a question in the chat. Absolutely no disrespect to Dell, but is it an advantage or disadvantage to the USBC to allow ball reps to line up players at this event?
We're here for everybody. And every company had the right to send somebody.
They did, absolutely. Coaching is allowed in this event.
It's also allowed in all the international events.
It is.
And all they have to do is walk up to me and ask me a question.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people know that you're willing to help if somebody. If you're hanging around and you got a question, you can always ask Dell, and if he's got time. Now, obviously, if 50 people come up to you at the same time and ask you a question, you're not going to be able to get to everybody. But
I mean, like Cameron Doyle here. I know he's using some storm balls. Has the storm shirt on.
Yeah, looks like he's coming in next.
And good player, good little player. I really like how the ball comes off his hand. It looks like he's grown about 6 inches since the last time I saw him.
He's getting tall, huh?
And he still gets it in the lane clean. That's the one thing I look for whenever people grow 6 inches to a foot. How does it come off their hand now? Because sometimes they don't adapt well to the height change, but he's done well. Those are good.
Yeah, we're going to get to watch Cameron. He made the junior team last year here. And he's still very young. So
he said he moved in.
John
moved in. He said, I thought I threw good and left the 1-2-8. So, I mean, that's the issue that you have using reactive. If you can't find it from out there.
Yeah. Not a lot of room for error, right?
No.
And if you throw in the urethane and you're kind of going straight at it,
you
really take the lane out of play.
Exactly.
You got more room for error.
What it does is it allows you to keep your angles straighter. And when you have straighter angles, you're going to be in less trouble.
And so I guess what the expectation would be is on this pattern is if enough people play right long enough, then that opens up a spot you can throw to, right? You can move in a little bit and kind of get a little bit to the left or right.
What you have is if you're using reactive, you're actually, and in your left, you're actually kind of pushing oil a little bit to the right down lane. But that'll actually create a little bit of hold for the guys playing out, which is good. But if they're playing the lanes correctly and they're playing up, say, 3, 4, 5, and they burn them up there, the guys with reactive are really farther away from that spot than you would think. Because the guys on urethane are not laying it down at second arrow.
Right.
They're laying it down, somewhere around the first arrow. Well, guys on reactive, if they're going to be laying it down between 10 and 15, they're not really ever touching the part of the lane that burns from the urethane balls. All they're catching is carry down.
Getting the carry down at the end.
Correct. So it's kind of a catch-22 there.
Well, it definitely looks like the scores are always a little bit better the first game.
Sure.
Because you get 10 minutes of practice, and when you get bowlers of this caliber.
But you're at the mercy of who you're following.
Exactly. Then the second game, then that's when the scores tend to
go down
a little bit.
Yes.
And so I think we're seeing, just kind of looking across the pairs that we can see, the scores are a little bit on the lower side this game.
I'd like to see what the bottom bowler on the right lane is doing. Looks like a
That's
Joe or
Jay Futrell. Yeah.
Jay Futrell.
Yeah. He's a good bowler. I think he won singles at the Open Championships one year a few years ago.
I'd like to see what he's using and where he's playing.
And he's a good player. I would guess he's probably playing right.
Is that plus 19 or minus 19?
Minus 19.
Minus 19?
Yeah. This game, he's got 164 in the 7th and a double. He's off camera, but he'll be stepping up for his 10th frame in just a minute. We've got some new group of bowlers getting ready to come into the featured pairs here in just a moment. Waiting for everybody to move over. Question in our chat for you, Dell. What do you think about a polished reactive ball for this type of pattern?
Okay.
I'm sure you have some insight on that.
I have, yeah. I'm going to speak in terms of response time. On shorter patterns, you need balls that are slower response to the friction. And what that does, it allows you to keep your lines straighter through the front because the ball is going to be slower when it hits friction down the lane front to back. Not necessarily side to side. It's at the end of the 35-foot pattern, it's slower off that spot so you can keep your lines a little straighter in front of you. When you shine up a reactive ball, you're actually making that reactive ball a quicker response. So as soon as it hits friction, it wants to change directions. And when that change of directions happen, it makes you move your feet left, creating bad angles. So to me, on shorter patterns, I like slower response balls, which are urethane, and maybe even sanded reactive, because then whenever you throw a sanded reactive, it wants to chew up early,
right?
So it doesn't hook as much down lane.
It'll use up some of its energy early
on.
It
slows down the response time. So to me, on shorter patterns, I like slower response balls.
Yeah, sometimes you can see, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes on these short patterns, you can see people throwing uber aggressive balls.
Absolutely.
To get them to roll out.
Because they stop.
They burn up and
exactly.
they stop. So that's an option too, but
yes,
you're saying the urethane is probably a better option
early
on if you have it.
Yes, if you have it.
Yeah.
Now, funny story, Rod Ross and I were at the ladies training camp in Colorado Springs, and we let the women bowl for an hour doing what they wanted to do, and we bowled one game. We let them practice and do whatever ball they wanted to throw. And then after that hour, we went to the pairs that they didn't bowl on the short. This was the 34-foot pattern, but we got to adjust the surfaces. Rod and I hit every ball with 360 and 500 we could, and our averages went up 20 pins on that extra game. Because all we did is we slowed the response time down the lane. So it just evened them out. The ball would burn up, slow down. They could keep their line straighter, and everything turned out just fine. But we had to show them. We had to show them to make them believe that hitting a ball at 500 on a short pattern would work. Because in their mind, if they did that, it would hook too much. It's not how much it hooks; it's when it hooks.
Here's Cameron Doyle. He looks like he's playing pretty far right. He's even
like
off camera. You can't even see him. He's so far right. That
there you go.
Pretty good, right?
Keep it right up the lane.
It's about what you would want to do.
Exactly.
He shot 209 last game. He's +2 for the day, looks like. And Adam Chase.
He shot 190 with an open in the 10th. He said he flat 10 twice on the right lane, moved the board right, and forced sixth. Well, that tells me he moved right and helped it. Because if you move right with a urethane ball, one board off a flat 10 in your big four, something didn't happen right. Something
changed.
Yes.
The other players on this pair, in addition to Cameron Doyle, Alan Mojado, Mark Idzerda, Adam Chase, and Jack Castellano. And on 51 and 52,
I was just informed that Jay Futrell is a Brunswick staffer because he's wearing the Brunswick shirt.
There you go.
And Brunswick has a lot of slow response balls.
Okay, there you go. That makes sense.
So that makes total sense to me.
And he just shot 253.
Yes, makes total sense. I don't know what he's throwing there, but I can't see it. But I know it's obviously not a skid flip ball.
Yeah.
So.
Alan Mojado. And our other pair, 51 and 52, Tanner Spacey, Shane. Sometimes I wonder if all these names are on there. Villaway. Christopher doesn't have a last name on there. Oscar Chan and Ron Nielsen. We're at the mercy of the scoreboard when it comes to finding the names. So yesterday we bowled on the Athens pattern. Scores are pretty high, it seemed like. Did you expect the scores to be that high yesterday?
Yes.
Did you think that was going to be the highest scoring of the 5 patterns? Could we
I
have
think,
more high scores?
I think you're going to have one of the patterns fairly high. Not the longest pattern, but the next to longest.
Okay.
I think that'll be – I think your extreme patterns are generally your lower scoring patterns. You know, the shortest and the longest would probably be the 2 lower scoring patterns, and then your other 3 will be the medium and high.
Tomorrow it's Paris, which is 47 feet.
Yeah, I think that's going to be low.
Round 4 is Atlanta, 38 feet.
I like that.
And day 5 is London, 44 feet.
I would think Atlanta's going to be a fairly high scoring pattern.
And is that just because people are more comfortable bowling on medium type patterns? And
yes,
a little
because
bit more
house patterns are somewhere between
same.
38 and 42 feet. So once you get in that zone, I think ball reaction wise, it matches up more to how people are used to playing the lanes. To me, it's not really about pattern and pattern shape. It's more about distances. I mean, everybody thinks cheetah is easy at 35 feet. Oil it 41 feet and see what happens. Seriously.
Yeah.
It gets stupid easy.
Really?
Oh my gosh. You make cheetah a little bit longer to where you don't have that dead duck hook at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's easier than a house shot.
Wow.
Because it's more about the distance than it is Great shot.
10-pin for Cameron Doyle.
Okay, this shot here, I'm going to tell you what I see out of that. He actually got it right down the lane, and it tried to hook. He didn't have, his angles weren't quite shut down enough. If the ball,
be a little bit more direct, huh?
Yes, if a urethane ball is trying to make it up down the lane, odds are it's not going to go through the pins so strong. If that's a reactive ball, not a problem. But because it's a urethane ball, he probably needs to scoot his feet a board or two to the right and actually take his hand out of it a little bit. Let it read the front.
Yeah, throwing a urethane ball, I mean, for a lot of people, it can be a challenge because carry can be pretty difficult with a urethane ball. For,
but it's all about angles.
Quote-unquote normal bowlers like
Yes.
me, I'm not going to carry anything if I throw a urethane ball.
No, because your angles aren't going to be correct.
Right.
You got to get your angles right where the ball reads early and lays all the way down the lane. If it gets down the lane a little bit and tries to hook, urethane's not strong enough to go through the pins.
Yeah, and it's those keys.
I'll tell you what,
that
this
a lot
guy
of
right
people,
here,
yeah, Jack.
I like this guy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fans
guy,
in the chat.
For a big guy, I love his arm swing. His arm swing tucks underneath his shoulder, and a lot of big people have problems getting around their hips and whatever. Not him. He gets his shoulder bent over, swings in line. I really like his game. And this guy here watch this shot here. He just left the 2-8 last shot, or the 2-pin, and then he goes right through the nose 5 count. Why? Because he's trying to play second arrow, make his ball hook into the pins. That's why I can't stress enough, keep your angles shut down and try to keep it as much in front of you as possible.
Dell Ballard Jr. joining us today, and Dell is a former Team USA member that had to be one of the, you've had a lot of highlights in your career, but I imagine that being on the team was kind of a unique experience for you. That was, what year was that?
I loved it.
It's about 5 years ago now, something like that?
2009, or no, 2007?
Yeah, so that sounds about right. 7, 8,
yeah,
9,
somewhere around there. I don't remember. I barely remember last year. But
it's a cool experience, and for the people who make it onto the team this week, it's going to be a pretty neat thing.
It was when Rod first came, when he first was getting into the ITRC, and before it was really built, so we had to go to Colorado Springs, for training, and we didn't have the ITRC with all the technology there. I really wished I could have been a part of it now to take advantage of all the technology that they have. But I got to go to the Tournament of Americas, and I can't tell you how great a time I had. I know a lot of people don't consider that, one of the big majors or whatever, but I had a great time, and they actually voted me the nice guy at the tournament, which we all know that's not possible. Anybody that's bowled against me understands that.
Cameron leaves us a 7-pin.
Yeah, he's getting his ball down the lane too far. I might need to make a little comment here.
Have to go down and chat with him a little bit.
Well, I think
tell Dad.
I want to say this is his dad.
It is. I believe his dad's name is Sean. If you need to jump out and talk to him, feel free.
That's all right.
Just let me know. But certainly love to have you on it.
Sean.
Gets kind of
Sean. Mr. Doyle. There we go.
Hey, you gonna leave it on? Okay.
Okay. All I'm going to tell you is what I see is he's getting his ball too far down the lane and is trying to make it up down lane. Your thing's not going to go through the pins right. He actually has to shut his angles down a little bit, let it hook early, and then lay off. Because right now he's in the right spot of the lane. It's just his angles are a little bit bad.
There you go. You can hear what Dell would tell one of his players right there. Mountain Dew Man wants to know how you get to the live scoring. If you look just below the video you're watching, you'll see some links to the live scoring, the stats, and the results. You can also find the link on bowl.com. So I guess a real key today for these players as the lanes start to transition here is to really not get into panic mode and get into the right part of the lane. And I always say, as somebody who's if I'm bowling a tournament, I consider myself a subpar. I'm not a great bowler.
I know
bowl
because I've worked with you.
Exactly.
I know.
But if I'm struggling, you know what I do?
If anybody has a copter top ball, it's Lucas.
If I'm struggling, though, walk behind somebody who's bowling good, see what the part of the lane they're doing. If they're still throwing the urethane ball up 5, that's where you need to be.
Yes. But here's
a lot of information can be gained, even for those people who don't have ball reps here to help them out.
But here's one of the biggest issues I've seen when it comes to lining up off of somebody. The general public, 98% of the general public, do not hit what they're looking at.
No, that's true. That's 100% true.
They can hit anywhere from 2 to 4 boards left of what they're looking at, or up to 2 boards right of what they're looking at, depending on which eye dominant they are. So if they actually see somebody playing 4, now they try to throw it up 4, they may be hitting 6 or 8.
Yeah.
So they're really not lining up off of who they think they're lining up off of. So one of my jobs is to learn my players and know who's one eye dominant over the other one. And if I have to tell them look at 2 to hit 4, I'll tell them hit 1, 2, because I know they're going to hit 3, 4.
Yeah.
So it's part of my job is to figure that out and try to relate to the player. What's up there, Mike Fody? So yeah, those are some of the things I deal with when I do my job.
Do you find that a lot of the players that you work with are looking at specific targets the entire time, or do you have? I think a lot of people bowling on house shots and stuff are becoming more area bowlers. Is that and that kind of?
It's
what do you see out
bowling's
there?
about shapes and angles.
Okay.
So
if you being specific, hit this specific spot.
It's not the specific spot. I'm trying to get specific angles.
Gotcha.
And I hope that the ball that I'm giving them has the right shape, and their hand can make the ball shape the right way, and then I try to get their angles straight. Like, see Cameron's shot right there?
Yep.
What I saw in that shot that he probably didn't see was his ball hooked 5 feet sooner than the shots before. But what did it do? It hooked, and it stayed there the whole time.
Yeah.
And what did it do? It went through the pins right. Whenever he throws it hard and it gets down the lane a little bit too far, it's trying to make it up that lane and doesn't have the power to go through the pins right. And that's why that ball strikes and the other ones are flat 10, blower 7. My guy doesn't get cheated at all, does he? I like this guy. Watch this right here. Watch this shot.
Yeah, Jack. He's firing it, huh?
But see, he can use reactive because he's using this ball speed to turn it into a urethane ball.
Yeah.
If you can throw it that hard, which Steve Smith obviously can.
Yep.
Great player, great touch at the bottom. I actually bowled the USBC championships with Steve. And
great guy.
It was such a pleasure to bowl with him and Jason Milligan. Oh, my God. I want to bowl with them every year because they have the right temperament, right mentality, and really, really nice guys to bowl with.
If somebody just asked a question I was about to ask you, how much equipment do you really need to have on hand for a tournament like this where you've got 5
if there's 5
different patterns over 5 days? I mean, you don't have a lot of tournaments where there's this many patterns.
I'm going to say probably 2 or 3 for the short. And then if you're doing things correctly, I actually think there's going to be these 3 patterns. The first one we bowled on yesterday, the 38-foot pattern and the 42-foot pattern, 44-foot pattern. I think you're going to be able to use the same balls in all those patterns. But what you're going to have to do is be able to change your ball speeds.
Yeah.
The longer the pattern, soften up. Don't try to use too much surface because then once your ball hooks early, now you have to move left and the ball's dead down lane. So to me, you can get away with probably a couple of trick balls on the short, maybe a couple of trick balls on the real long, and then probably 3 balls for the other 3 patterns. And just use your ball speeds, manipulate your ball speeds softer and harder.
Do you do a lot of surface changes this week?
I haven't done that much.
No?
Just really for this one here with the urethane, making sure they had 500 on it. But I want guys not to get into thinking it's all about surface. It's more about ball speed to create the right shape.
Yeah, I walked in this morning. I posted on Twitter and Facebook. I said, I know it's the short pattern today because I see people scuffing urethane balls. So I kind of figured that we were on short today because that's normally a pretty good indication that we're going to be on the short pattern. Will we be using the live scoring at Junior Gold? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. The live scoring is kind of a new deal, and we're kind of working on it here. And glad you guys are enjoying it. But yeah, the live scoring is available on bowl.com. You can see every pair in the house. You want to keep an eye on your favorite bowler.
Is it updated after 2 now?
I have not seen any updated standings yet, but I imagine it'll be coming soon.
Or they did have a shot a second game.
They did have a breakdown, and that may cause some problems.
Oh, okay.
Delays in getting the scores, because some of the pairs are still just starting in the first frame of this game, even though we're in the 5th. So sometimes that happens when you're using 70 lanes across the house to, you know. If you get one breakdown, things can kind of get out of whack a little bit. Adam Chase just threw a double. And we've been keeping an eye on junior Team USA member Cameron Doyle here. And Cameron's up now in the 5th. Dell passed along a little bit of advice, and Cameron got a strike last shot. See if he can do it again. Looked pretty good, huh?
As long as it reads early. If you watch it, it rolls early, and then it just lays there. He doesn't try to change directions down lane. He just reads the lane correctly. It's all about playing the fronts. And it's hard these days because when you throw reactive balls, you don't play the fronts. Everybody wants to play the backs. Well, whenever you're throwing a urethane ball, it's more about playing the fronts. Getting your ball to read early.
A question in our chat for you, Dell. Do you think urethane is always a must-have in an arsenal regardless of style? It certainly has become more popular lately.
Well, it is because the more patterns that you bowl on, more international patterns, I should say, WTBA patterns that are short oil. Well, I shouldn't say short oil because that's bad terminology. Shorter patterns. I think it's good to have 1 or 2 balls. If you can have them, great. If you can't, you better have a slow response release, get more forward roll out of it to where your ball doesn't want to change directions like this guy here. I know he's using a Brunswick ball on lane 52.
Yeah, Tanner Spacey.
But he's also very forward. And if you can, that's what I consider a slow response release because it's not looking to change directions. It doesn't have a lot of axis rotation. And if you can have that, like Chris Barnes, he's got urethane balls, but he can also use a couple of low RG, the action, a couple of their other older reactive balls, and use his hand because his ball roll is end over end. So he can actually trick urethane reactive balls into reading the lane correctly. That's why he's a great player because he can change his axis rotation so much.
For those of you just checking in with us here, Dell Ballard is our guest right now, and lots of questions coming in the chat. Ben wants to know if we'll see anybody throwing plastic at any point today.
I haven't seen too many plastic balls go down the lane, actually. Like I said, there's 31.5 feet of actual oil. So plastic, it's not that drastic that you need plastic. Now, if it was an 18-foot pattern buffed to 35, I think plastic would definitely come into play.
Somebody like Jason Belmonte might be able to throw plastic on a day like today, but he's a really huge high-rev guy, you know.
But he throws it so hard.
Yeah.
If he can soften up his ball speed, absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't. I guess the answer to the question is plastic.
We have some
really not in play
here.
today.
They're using urethane.
They are.
Yes.
Off to the left, Michael Fujita.
We have some two-handers here, and a lot of them are using urethane.
See if Cameron can get a third consecutive strike here.
Can't see it. Can't see it.
That one started going a little left
almost.
on him.
Okay. Was that left? It looked left, but I couldn't tell. Yeah, that looks just
a little bit.
Left.
Yeah.
But see, that's fine. I'd rather that happen right there than the flat 10, light shaker 7, because then what you're going to do, you're going to try to make it hook. And once you try to make it hook, then you bring in the over-under reaction.
Which is what John Zerminski was saying earlier.
As soon as you try to make it hook, odds are you're going to get it a little bit too long, and it's going to try to hook down lane, and you're going to bring in the 210 big 4 reaction.
So you're thinking that this look with the urethane ball that Cameron Doyle is seeing here, that might be around for a little while, but probably not for the entire block?
Probably not. Not with the volume that's out there. I would think that, like I said, I thought it would be by the end of the third game, second or third game. So it's getting into that time. But then I would go to his next slowest response ball. You know, if he's got a regular IQ, I mean, I don't know what kind of balls he has with him, but from the Storm side of it, it'd be like a regular IQ, a Disturb, you know, something that's a little slower off the friction. It's close. That's good.
Someone asking in the chat, Dell, this is something you'll be able to answer better than me. What does buff do to the pattern?
It extends it, but that part will break down quicker than. It's like blending out, like the live. Say you oil at 30 feet and you buff to 35. So from 30 to 35 feet, there's not actual oil being applied to the roller. It's buffing what's on the brush.
Gotcha.
It's getting the rest of the oil off of the brush.
So it's kind of like taking a paintbrush and kind of
at the end of the paint.
And at the end of the paint, when the paint runs out, it's just kind of.
Exactly.
It's no longer a thick coat of
It's not a
paint.
thick
It's just
coat,
kind
it
of
thins
spread
out.
out.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah. See, he's dead end over end. See how his ball is rolling dead forward.
It's Tanner Spacey again.
Yeah. And that's what's going to be really, really good for this.
Jack Castellano.
He's even got forward roll. See how it's churning this way, and that's what. If you're getting around it, you better have a urethane ball.
So I guess on a day like today, if you don't have the urethane ball speed is
Ball
important,
speed's
right?
very critical. Yes. Oh, I know who I need to check on. Eddie Van Daneker.
Do you know what lane he's on? We could check on him if we know what lane he's on.
I'm not happy with him. I told him he deserved it. He shot 149 the first game.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, and I told him he deserved it. Why?
Played lanes
because
wrong?
he has a urethane ball and didn't throw it.
Is that frustrating as a ball rep when somebody doesn't listen to you when you
It's not
you
it's
know
not that. They're professional bowlers.
Yeah.
Some of these guys are professional bowlers and they know what's going on. They understand it. But I told him, I said, Eddie, you shot 140. He goes, yeah, I think I need to hit this ball with some surface. And I said, well, let me see what else you have. And there's a natural. And I said, what'd that ball do? He goes, well, I didn't throw it. I go, and why not? Well, I thought I had a good look in practice. I said, how often do the lanes change once you start?
Yeah.
10 minutes, the lane will change. It's going to transition in practice. So you take out a ball that reads the transition less, then guess what happens? Your shot carries over longer. Well, there he is. TV show guy, great bowler. I think Eddie Van Daneker's a great bowler. And he didn't try his urethane. And I looked at him, I said, Eddie, how many urethane balls you see him going down the lane?
Yeah.
Well, I see a lot. And I said, and you didn't throw yours one shot. I said, you deserve it. He didn't like that.
Yeah, I bet he didn't. But it just goes to show you that even the best bowlers can get fooled sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Can get fooled out there pretty easy. We are in the 7th frame of game number 3. Dell Ballard is sat in
Answering
for a while.
emails, sorry.
That's okay.
Storm emails. If they were just, they were from my lovely, beautiful wife, you know, that'd be a different thing.
And there's that flat
See
10
a
little bit.
See the ball getting too far down the lane? Watch. It's all the way down the lane. See how far right
Yep.
it was? All the way down the lane? It will not make it up.
And do you think that that's maybe an overcorrection from leaving the 4-pin last
Possibly.
shot? Yeah.
And now see that shot right there? You notice the shot on the left lane. He got it in. He jammed it. And 4-pin, which means he's got some room on the lane. You notice what he did on that shot? Got it right and down the lane. It won't. It's got to read early. And if he 4-pins again, you know what? It may be just throwing a little bit harder. Because if you move left, you're changing angles. And that's, I mean, he's right in the right spot. He's just got to get, okay. All right, good. Exactly. See, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear him. I want to see his reactions. And it shows that he knew what he did wrong.
Yeah.
As soon as I see that, hey, actually, I don't need to say anything else. Because they see it. Once they see the picture, that's what makes him a special kid right there.
Yeah, and he's
I don't
very
know
talented.
how old he is, but,
yeah.
but for somebody to see that, for me to see that, that's good.
Someone asking in the chat a good question. Dennis wants to know, will the women use
Watch his
urethane?
reaction here. Watch this.
Oh.
Watch his reaction when he gets back here. Oh, you
You
can't
can't
see
see
it.
it, yeah. This
Yeah,
is
he
a
just
little
showed me.
delayed.
He goes,
too.
I threw it right.
This is a little delayed for
Yes.
everybody. But someone asked in the chat, Dennis wants to know, will the women use urethane today? and what will be the difference in the way they attack the pattern versus the guys? Because they're bowling on the same pattern this afternoon.
I'll tell you right now, they're going to attack the pattern the right way.
Yes, the women usually do.
Yes, they do. Don't take this wrong, guys of the world, but women are a little more fundamentally sound than the guys are. Their swings are generally a little straighter. They don't try to hook the ball as much, and they generally play the pattern correctly. They'll break them down the right way. So I expect, some of the girls to have urethane, some of the girls to have really smooth, slow response balls in their hand, and they may be able to get away with using stronger balls than what the guys can. Because they have lower rev rate off their hand, they need something that picks up early. So we'll see. I drilled Deandra one ball just to see if it'll work, because it's what I think will work well, and we'll see. Could be wrong, but it's my best guess. And one of the smartest tour reps ever that I knew made a comment to me, and he said, if a tour rep is right 40% of the time during the week, that's a pretty good week. Everybody thinks a tour rep has all the answers. The thing is whenever you're desperate and you're flailing out there, we could tell you to move 15 left and throw it at the gutter, and if it strikes one time, we had the right answer.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true. We don't have all the answers all the time. We make educated guesses, and a lot of times, it's up to the player to make those decisions on whether or not they're gonna do what we ask.
And just as a observer, I view it as, you're somebody they can bounce ideas off of and talk to about what they're seeing out there.
Exactly. Me personally, I'm a professional bowler, so I tour rep a little differently than what other people do.
Yeah.
Some people want to have every question answered by me. What do I do here? What do I do? He missed right. He missed way right on that one. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Dell, we got some people at the top of the standings who are just demolishing this pattern this morning.
Really?
After 2 games, Steve Smith, 269, 269, 538. Darren Tang, 264, 268, 532. John Janowitz, 268, 258, 526. Dustin Zenner, he shot 279 last game, 514.
See, I already told you. What do I know?
Aaron Lawrence, he's at 483, shot 277 last game. So there's definitely some big scores out there, but what I'm seeing is there's a lot
it's
of
really just at the top.
At the very top, there's 4 or 5 guys who are whacking them, and then it starts to drop off pretty fast.
Yeah, you've got 5 guys averaging 240, 2 guys averaging 230, so it's top 7 are averaging 230, and then everything else is.
Yep.
And that's going to be normal. Wow. Good for Steve Smith, though.
Yeah, Steve struggled a little bit yesterday.
Yes.
I think he was in around 60 or so, 60th place, 61st place, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So he needs to have a big day today.
Rhino Page, 172.30.
John Zerbinski, who led yesterday, he's in 82nd place right now.
That's where I'm getting down to.
And really, that's not the place in the standings you really want to be in.
So, my boy Stewie Bagger just
Stu
texted me,
Williams.
hey, all the people I helped shot 420. No, actually, I wish they shot 420. But hey, if they're asking me, they're already lost.
That's true, right?
Look at it that way. Wait, let me rephrase that. If they're asking me, they're really desperate.
Yeah, they must need some help, right? You can probably tell when they're bowling good because you don't hear from them.
Beautiful. That makes my job easy. Yes, Zerbinski shot 180. Hey, he had a terrible reaction, shot 180. That's not bad.
Adam Chase with the washout.
149, 221 with urethane for Van Daniker. So, for being that far down. But you're right, the scores drop off.
Yeah, they drop off pretty quick.
You said how many people were plus the first game? 70?
It was 58, I think. 58,
it was 51
200
that are plus
so
now, even or plus. So the score
has gone down
actually went down,
yeah.
but the 7 guys at the top bombed it. So,
And you see those guys. I saw John Janowitz. He was off to our left last game, and he looked like he was throwing urethane up the gutter. And so obviously he's really good at that.
Yes.
And so it doesn't.
He's got two naturals. Two sandblasted. Wait, a natural and a nitro, blue nitro.
So it doesn't really surprise me that he would bowl back-to-back big games, because you get that feel, you get that look, and it's,
But that's the way he bowls. He knows what to do.
Yep.
He's one of the smartest guys out here.
That's right.
And you can tell by what he's using, what is he trying to do. Not hook it.
Exactly. And if you throw the urethane ball and you're playing right and you're taking the lane out of play, it just comes down to just execution. And there's some guys out here who are the best execute shots better than anybody in the world.
Yes.
And so you give them that look, and they're going to kill it, like John Janowitz and Steve Smith and some of these guys.
Steve Smith,
yeah.
Janowitz. But also, they have a little advantage over some of these guys. They've experienced some of these shorter patterns, and they understand what they've had in the past, and they learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, and I was talking about that earlier today before you came on, that if you are planning to bowl this event next year, you need to sign up for a Sport Bowling League immediately, because you've got to bowl on the patterns.
I went around the country trying to explain to people PBA experience patterns.
Yeah.
Because I'm behind flatter patterns. I don't like house shots. And I went around the country for Brunswick trying to explain how to play PBA experience patterns. Why? Because I wanted people to experience them and know that they're very playable.
Yes.
You just got to know how to play them. You can't just stand on the big dot and throw it at the second arrow. Or you can't always play the fourth arrow like you do in your house shot. And I wanted to make it fun for everybody. And I can't tell you, Lucas, I can't tell you how many times I drew on a board on the cheetah pattern. I don't want you to throw one shot left of the second arrow. And if you do, I'm going to call you out in front of everybody. I have 50 people in the class, and they all go down there. Guess where they play on cheetah?
Big dot,
second
arrow. Yeah.
Big dot, second arrow. And I yelled at every one of them because they didn't understand. I even brought my wife in and certain Brunswick staffers back then and had them bowl on the pattern to show them where to play. Guess where they throw their balls?
Yeah.
Right of second, third arrow, no matter what the pattern is.
People get trained to do that by bowling on house shots.
And they don't get it.
Yeah. And then they go to tournaments and they wonder why they can't score.
Don't understand why they're not successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And if you don't want to work hard at your game, don't bowl sport patterns.
You don't want to learn.
If you don't want to learn, you don't want to work at it, then don't do it, because it's not as easy. You actually have to turn your brain on. It's not like being brain dead where you can just get out there and throw strikes all day. Correct. You actually have to think every shot. And you're going to get frustrated, and you're going to bowl bad games.
Yes.
And your average is going to go down 20 or 30 pins, but you know what? You're going to be a better bowler in the long run. But if you want more information on sport bowling and you're not a sport bowling member, bowl.com/sport bowling is where you can find that information. And Dell, I'll give you a little plug here for Storm, because it started a new promotion today on our Facebook page and Twitter.
Okay.
If you can get the new Storm Lucid, a $20 rebate for USBC members on the Storm Lucid.
Great ball too for a high performance ball.
Yeah.
I'm old school, and the asymmetrics sometimes confuse me, or I don't like to throw them because my ball already rolls early, and sometimes I get a little paranoid. The Lucid, I'm telling you, the Lucid and the Defiant Soul are the first two asymmetrics that I've thrown that read the lane extremely well. Extremely well.
And in addition to that, there's a contest to win a trip for two to the International Bowling Campus. And so you can find more information on that on stormbowling.com/lucid. Stormbowling.com/lucid for your $20 rebate and a chance to win a trip for two to the International Bowling Campus. Kyle Sherman, you may have heard some applause. He had the front nine, just left the 3-6-9-10. So off to our right. Had that gotten a little closer, we would have certainly tried to show you a shot, but
I didn't even see it.
Yep.
Didn't know he had the first.
Had the front nine.
I'm oblivious.
Minus 45 on the day, so he's going to get in the plus territory, so that's good news for him as we're wrapping up this game.
I hope he spares it so I can watch his fill shot. Arden straight at it.
He missed it.
See?
It's a hard spare, though.
I'm a cloud.
You are, but that's a tough one.
All right. Well, I think I've sat up here long enough.
Got to go
Yeah,
check
I wanna
on
make
your
sure, just check
your
around
guys.
and see what's going on.
All right, Dell.
All right, thanks, Lucas.
Yeah, thanks for sitting in. You're welcome to come
Absolutely.
up anytime.
I'll.
It's always nice to have some company, especially on this men's squad where the games take 45 minutes a game. It's a little bit long of a game. But,
Yes, and it gives me a chair to sit in.
yeah, it gives you a chance to relax.
Yes.
And
Gives
sit
me a
up on
chair
our
to sit
perch
in.
up here and
Yes.
see from a good angle. So
All right,
thanks
Lucas,
for
I'll be
sitting
around
in.
for the ladies squad. Too.
Okay, yeah, feel free to sit in.
Okay.
Thanks, Dell
See you
Ballard.
guys.
Some great insight from Hall of Famer and pro champion Dell Ballard Jr. So very nice to have him sit up here with us for a few minutes, and he's going to go and do his work. He has got some players to watch, trying to help them to bowl well. Let's give you some of the scores here as we wrap it up. Live scoring up and running. I went down for a bit, but it's back now. Tanner Spacey, 236. Christopher, whose last name is not on the scoreboard, 224. Oscar Chan, 195. Shane, you see him there on the right lane there. He is going to shoot in the 2 teens this game. Just finishing up on 53 and 54. Alan Majado shot 154. Mark Ederzda up on the right lane with a fill shot coming up here. Can strike for 182. Cameron Doyle. Been watching him a lot this game, the junior Team USA member. Leaves the 10 pin. And he's going to be at 203 if he picks it up and strikes. That'll be 203 clean. Doesn't look real happy about it, but clean game is important. He didn't hurt himself any by missing spares, but he did not have a lot of strikes out there this game. And if you want live scoring, men's stats, results, right below the video, if you've refreshed the page since we started the broadcast, right below the video there's links to the live scoring, the stats, and the results. If you want to track down all that information, you can. It's available to you. Live scoring is a great option. So we're wrapping up game 3 and approaching the halfway point of this second round. .202 for Cameron Doyle. Jack leaves the 10 pin on that shot. He's going to be right in the 200s as well. Clean game for him if he makes the spare, and he'll get the 208. Adam Chase, double in the 10th. 220 is his max if he strikes on this final shot. And keep up to date with the live scoring, the stats, and the results on bowl.com. Got 446 people checking out the live scoring right now, and that's up and running. Opportunity for you to see the scoreboard or any pair in the bowling center. All 72 lanes are up there, so be sure to check that out. We'll be back in a minute or two here with the start of Game 4 at the Team USA Trials. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Team USA Trials. Sunset Station Strike Zone Bowling Center in Las Vegas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. And we are underway with our fourth game. Game 4 of 6. And on 53 and 54 this game, we've got Miguel Garcia, Neil Cooley, Aaron Yamamoto, Corey Barber, and Christopher Prather. And over on 51 and 52, Benjamin Walk, Terrence, got Kyle Owens, Greg Gehring, and Jacob Brodbeck on 51 and 52. So just getting started with game number 4 on 51 and 52. And you can find those links to the live scoring, the stats, and the results right below the video you're watching if you want to click on those links, or you can go to bowl.com/Team USA Trials to find that as well. Greg Gehring getting ready to step up on the right lane here. While we wait for him to go, we'll flip over to Neil Cooley. Neil leaves at 3.610. Greg, a former standout at Fresno State. And that one goes inside and leaves a 3.610 as well. Corey Barber up here in the third frame on this pair, working on a double. And that's a 10-pin. Terrence Robinson ready to step up here in the second. Got a strike in the first frame. Good ball reaction there. Looks pretty good. It's a double to start the game. He's plus 13 on the day. Dennis asks why the trials are in Las Vegas each year. Says that he knows the Worlds are at Sunset, so it makes sense, but why other years? And we have to have Neil Strummel on to talk about that. Maybe he'll come on a little bit later again today. But my feeling is that Vegas is a good location for multiple reasons. The audience for this tournament, the competitors, tend to be on the young side. And so renting a car, not exactly easy if you're in that age group. It's more expensive. For some of them, it's not even possible because they're under 21. So when we have a tournament at an all-encompassing venue like Sunset Station, Texas Station, or other Vegas locations like the Orleans, the Gold Coast, Sun Coast, South Point, Samstown, you go on and on, the hotel, the restaurants, the bowling center are all in one place. So that's one aspect. Another aspect, it's relatively cheap, too. I mean, the hotel rates for this week for the competitors were $30, $40, $50 a night, which is that's pretty cheap. And flights to Vegas generally tend to be relatively inexpensive as well. So it's an inexpensive location to have events, which is, I think, why you see this event here year after year. And also there's big bowling centers. They're used to running tournaments. It's very easy. But I think my gut feeling is, and I don't know, don't have any information on this, but I would guess that this event will probably be it will probably be in Vegas next year, but probably at a different bowling center would be my feeling. And I don't know. I'm not involved in that decision-making process. Ty wants to know what the pattern is. It is Beijing, 35 feet. Looks like Rocio's checking in the chat. Good morning to you, Rocio. And I would guess that an announcement on the team trials for next year will probably come in the next couple of months. But we'll ask Neil. Neil said yesterday that they were looking at some other venues while they're here this week. Tournament staff. And so, maybe they'll be able to make an announcement in the next couple of months. But generally, it's this time of year, so I would imagine it'll probably stay about this time of year. It seems to work out pretty good, especially for the college bowlers. Miguel Garcia up on the left lane. This will be a second shot for him. It looks like he fouled on the first shot. So he'll pick up a spare. Kim's on a strike, so just as good as 9 spare there. Robert McBride checking in this morning. Good morning, Robert. Wants to know what time I got in the booth this morning. I usually show up here about, say, start at 8, so I usually try to be here by 7:15 to get everything set up, because each day I set up and take down all the equipment. I don't want anything to wander away. And it makes for long days. I finished working about 7:30 last night, so it's 12-hour days. Because once they finish the bowling, got to write a story, get that posted on bowl.com, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. So a lot of work to be done out here at the Team USA Trials. Here's Terrence Robinson again. I like his ball roll today. It's looking pretty good. It's 3 in a row. Want to remind you that the USBC Masters is coming up next month. If you are interested in bowling in the USBC Masters, you can find more information at bowl.com/masters. Great event. Got that unique bracket format. Big top prize, national television. So be sure to get entered into the USBC Masters. It's going to be in New Jersey, Brunswick Zone, Carolier. Coming up in, I think, February 18th is when practice starts for that event. The show is going to be live February 24th, I believe, on ESPN. Matt Marler wants to know how many spots make Team USA. The top 3 men, top 3 women will automatically earn spots on Team USA. And then we'll also bowl in the stepladder on Monday night. And then there's 2 men, 2 women will be selected from the field here this week. And then 5 men and 5 women are selected based on bowling resumes from eligible submissions. And also, if they bowled this week, based on their performance. John Wade asks what time the women bowl, and they'll be coming up after the men's squad ends. They are scheduled to start at 1:45, and that is about 3 hours from now, a little more than 3 hours from now. We probably have a good 2 hours worth of bowling left on this men's squad. Then they'll re-oil and get going for the women this afternoon. So between 1:45 and 2 Pacific time. Tom Roth asks why Barnes, Tommy Jones, Bill O'Neill are not here. And I think a lot of them were planning to bowl, but there ended up being a schedule conflict. And the PBA scheduled their Chris Paul charity event for Monday night, and that's the last day of this tournament. And, you know, Chris Paul plays in the NBA, and it's NBA season, so they really had to work with his schedule in setting that up. So that's why some of those guys were not able to come and bowl. Kind of disappointing. Would love to have seen them here. Some of them were really excited about coming to bowl. But they've got other responsibilities as professional bowlers and not able to make it. Buddy asks what average I think it will take to win the USA Trials this year. Well, it's not really based on average. It's based on consistency and versatility over the course of the 5 days, because it's the total pinfall doesn't necessarily determine the winner. The point system that we have in place here rewards that consistency and versatility. So you get points based on your finishing position each day. So let's say that John Serbinsky, who finished first yesterday, he got 1 point for that. Now let's say that John comes in and he finishes 50th today. So he would get 50 points for today, and his total would be 51 points. 1 for yesterday, 50 for today. And we do that each day for 5 days. And at the end of round 5, the 3 players with the least amount of points will move on to the stepladder finals. And they will earn automatic spots on Team USA as well. And you can watch the live scoring if you go to bowl.com/Team USA Trials, click on 2013 results. We've got live scoring, we've got stats on all the players, lots of good stuff out there, and so be sure to check that out. And if you're keeping track of the live scoring, we are on lanes 51 through 54 for the live stream pairs. 472 people currently on the live scoring, 805 currently watching the live streaming. So some good numbers, but there are probably some of you who haven't found the live scoring yet. So if you look right below the video you're watching, I did put the links to it You'll see the headlines as Team USA Trials Men Round 2, and right below that, live scoring men's stats results links. So check those out. And if you're not a subscriber to our YouTube channel, certainly encourage you to do so. We're moving up. We've got 9,674 subscribers, and hoping to get that number to 10,000 before we finish this tournament. We're getting pretty close. Picked up a couple hundred subscribers in the last day or two. But right above the video, there should be a link to subscribe. And so be sure to click that link to subscribe if you haven't already. And when you do subscribe, sign up for email updates so you can get an alert every time we post a new video here on our YouTube channel. It's free. One of the many member benefits of being a USBC member is not only live streaming, but also our video that we produce and put on our YouTube channel. So please subscribe to our channel. It would make me very happy. And if you want to see our upcoming live streaming schedule, you can, of course, go to bowl.com/livestream, bowl.com/livestream if you want to mark some of those events on your calendar. We will be here each day starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time until about 8 or 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on Bowl TV. And then the finals, stepladder finals, are scheduled for Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully that's not past your bedtime. Monday night from 9 to 11 is when we're going to have our stepladder finals and our announcement of all of the members of Team USA, as well as Junior Team USA for 2013. These are the bowlers who are going to represent the United States in the World Championships later this year right here at Sunset Station. Just getting the standings coming in here. Steve Smith still in the lead after 3 games at 791. How about Steve Smith? 269, 269, 253. Outstanding. And John Janowitz in second place at 778. John Janowitz 268, 258, 252. Those are some big scores. The top 2 players, Dustin Zenner, he's also bowling well. He's in third place at 734. Darren Tang is fourth at 714. Alex Martin in fifth place at 701. AJ Chapman is currently in sixth on the squad at 693. And AJ got there by shooting a 299 game in game 3. He left an 8-pin on his final shot, is what I was told. Those standings should be up on bowl.com momentarily. And when you look at the standings, you'll see off to the right, overall ranking. And that would be their total if they finished this squad in that position. Their overall ranking points. It's what they would be in if they finished this squad in that spot. So Steve Smith, for example, would get 1 point for today. He got 61 points yesterday for finishing 61st. John Janowitz, he finished 15th yesterday. And so far he's second today. So if that stayed the same, he would have 17 points. And if you signed up for the email updates, yesterday and you're not getting them, you need to sign up again. Apparently there was some sort of glitch in the system. Nice split conversion there for Terrence Robinson. So if you signed up for the email updates, it's a great because you get the standings right in your inbox as they come out. You signed up for that yesterday and you're not receiving them, you need to sign up again because they are coming out, but they had a glitch in the system. You can sign up at bowl.com/Team USA Trials and then click on 2013 results and you'll see the link there. For those of you wondering what the pattern is, it is Beijing, 35 feet. We're in the 7th frame on 51 and 52. 53 and 54, they are in the 9th frame now. Aaron Yamamoto on the left lane here working on 6 strikes in a row after going spare open in the first 2 frames. And there's another one. 7 strikes in a row for Aaron. The women will be coming up a little bit later on today. They are scheduled to take the lanes in about 3 hours. Neil Cooley up on the right lane here. Working on a spare, 9th frame. It's a good shot from Neil. He can strike out for 213 this game. Aaron leaves the 2-pin on that shot, so that ends his string of 7 strikes in a row. And if he picks up the spare and strikes on the fill, he'll be in the 240s. He does make the spare, does Yamamoto, so that'll get him into the 240s here this game. Miguel Garcia misses the headpin to the right. That's his first shot in the 10th. Can still get to 174 this game. Just starting the 8th frame on this pair. Corey Barber, he is about as far left as you can get. It does drift a little bit right, but his knee against the ball return on that right lane. Here's Greg Gearing in the 8th, struggling a bit this game, 103 in the 7th. Matt wants to know if I think we could make it to 1,000 people watching. I certainly hope so. We have had much more than that in the past at events. I've had a couple thousand before. And I think that for the finals on Monday night, we certainly should get there. There's no reason why we shouldn't get over 1,000 viewers from the finals on Monday night. I mean, everybody loves to watch some great bowling, and this is going to be stepladder finals, Team USA Trials Championship, and I think we can get there on Monday night for the finals for sure, and we may even get there today. Who knows? We're at 8:07 right now. It's possible. It's more people watching today than there were yesterday, so that's great. Looks like Terrence made a ball change at some point. Managed to get a strike there. Freaky wants to know what the cut's going to be at. It's the top 3 men, top 3 women make the cut. That's the only cut there is. It's to the stepladder finals. Final shot for Corey Barber. And he strikes out in the 10th for 215. Good finish for him. Second shot in the 10th for Neil Cooley. He gets a double in the 10th frame here, and it's 3 in a row overall. And he's going to be at 213 if he strikes on the fill. Live scoring is available. If you need the link, it's right below the video you're watching, as well as stats and results. So be sure to click on those, and then we can have a couple of windows open at the same time. You can watch the live scoring as you watch the live streaming here. Neil strikes out for 213. James Matthews is asking what pattern going to be bowling on tomorrow. It's Paris, 47 feet. Neil Cooley came over and said it's his first 200 of the tournament, so congrats to him. Nice game by the Penguin man. Nice shot there from Ben Walk. Flip over and see the last shot here on our other featured pair, 51-52. Chris Prather strikes out in the 10th for 207. That pair is done. Turn our attention to 51 and 52 for the remainder of this game as we wait for new bowlers to come in for game 5 on 53 and 54. Terrence Robinson leaves the 10 pin on that shot. Matt wants to know if it's the same movement of pairs as yesterday. It is. The left lane skips 3 pairs, bowls on the 4th. The right lane skips 3 pairs to the right and bowls on the 4th. So left moving left, right moving right, skipping 3 pairs, bowling on the 4th. Women will be coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. We still have about, I'd say another 90 minutes or so of bowling for the men. An hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes left. And depending on how quickly they get the lanes run, that'll determine whether we start on time with the women's squad or not. If I had to guess, again, I would say the women scheduled to start at 1:45, probably closer to 2, but somewhere between 1:45 and 2 I think is a safe bet. A lot of lanes here. It takes a lot of oil, even with a couple of machines. We're in the 10th frame on 51 and 52. If you're watching a live scoring, you probably had that figured out already, though. That live scoring is pretty awesome, isn't it? Anxious to know what you guys in the chat think about the live scoring. I think it's working out pretty good. You can see any pair you want. You can follow whoever you want to see. It's an easy way to keep tabs on the scores of your favorite bowler for sure, and to also be able to watch the live streaming and know what the score is. Greg Gearing crossing over for a strike. First one of the 10th. Kyle Owens shot 185. Ben Walk, see him on the left side of your screen there. He can strike on the fill. That would give him 5 in a row at a 202 game. St. Ubros says that I should, my next tweet should be live scoring at the Team USA trials is blank and have people fill in the blank. That's a good idea. I should do that. By the way, if you don't follow USBC on Twitter, you can follow us at USBC. Pretty easy. Twitter.com/USBC. I'm on Twitter as well at Lucas_Wiseman. Twitter.com/Lucas_Wiseman. If you send me a tweet, I always check them. I read them. And maybe I'll give you a shout out if you tweet at me. Terrence Robinson can shoot 220 this game. Greg Gearing shot 172. Jacob Brodbeck can only get to 140 this game. A nice tweet from Royal Melvin. Wanted to say thank you for your hard work. Everyone appreciates it. Watching from Florida. Thanks, Royal. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the kind words. Ant is watching, says on Twitter, to give him a shout out for League. Picking up his equipment from Lisa Bishop. Tell Lisa I said hello. Brett Erickson apparently is watching as well. Hi to Brett. Patrick Shipley wants a shout out for Steve Smith. I don't think I have to give shout outs to Steve Smith. He's getting enough shout outs based on how he's bowling. He's bowling amazing today. 791 for the first three. Well, we've got some bowlers coming in on 53 and 54. Nicholas Pate, Austin Thompson, Colin Lovejoy, Travis Hewitt, Eric Cornog. And on 51 and 52, we've got William Trudell, Trent Mitchell, Tyler Schmitz, Brandon Cobb, and Devin Bidwell. Kyle Condrick tweeted me a question, wants to know how much the entry is into the team trials. This year it was $350 if you entered before December 14th, and after that it was $395. Jason Guest. Hey, Jason. The tweet says, great job with the live stream. Love watching and listening while working in the office. Hashtag Bowl with Brunswick. Thanks, Jason. Good to hear from you. So we're underway with our fifth game right on schedule, as expected. About an hour and a half to go, going at about 45 minutes a game. Looks like Steve Smith shot 227 last game. And that'll put him at plus 218 for the day. John Zerbinski, he shot 245 last game, it looks like, so plus 67 for him. John Zerbinski actually opened in the 10th in that 245 game. John Janowicz shot 227. That put him at plus 205. But we'll wait for the standings to come in after game 4 here in just a little bit. If you're just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here with you as we are in the third frame of game number 5. Total of 6 games today. Got a question on Twitter from Marco who says, my buddy said he heard on the show yesterday bowling will be in the Olympics. Is this true? No, we were talking about bowling's quest to get in the Olympics, but it's definitely nothing is certain. Bowling is not getting in the Olympics anytime soon. It's, well, I can't remember what Neil said, but at least 12 to 16 years from it even being, possible. I mean, 8 years to have a short list, and it's just really hard to get in the Olympics because in order to get in, they have to remove a sport, and no sport wants to be removed, and there are a lot of sports that want to get in, so it's a very delicate process. It's going to take a long time. So bowling is working on getting in the Olympics, as they have been for years and years and years, but it's a long process, and it's very, very difficult. So for now, we'll have to settle with just being a Pan Am sport, which still recognized by the United States Olympic Committee, and we are, partners with the USOC. And when we go to the Pan Am Games every 4 years, we went a year and a half ago. They support us. They treat us just like any of the other sports, which is nice. It's a real treat. And so we are definitely part of that USOC family. RDG wants to know if the team trials are ever going to move to the East Coast. And it's a good question for Neil Stremmel, and I'm hopeful that Neil will come on a little bit later today and we can chat with him again. But I think Vegas is a pretty good fit for this event. And entries keep going up, so, it's hard to mess with something when it's doing so well. Devin Bidwell, a former junior Team USA member, and bowls at Wichita State. Great ball reaction right there. He's got 3 in a row to start this game. Someone asking on the stats page what the little number is next to the score. I believe that is the lane number that game was bowled on. In fact, I'm almost certain. So, for example, for John Janowitz's game 3 today, it would say 252 and then a 31 next to it. So he bowled 252 on lane 31 is what my understanding of what that is. Remember, those stats on that page are going to be cumulative. It looks like they're going to add up as we go along. It's not going to separate the blocks or anything. Thanks to all the great questions today. We've had a lot of good questions coming in on Twitter, in the chat. Rocio wants to know what Devin's scores are. He's minus 25 today for Devin Bidwell. I see somebody sitting directly in front of me watching the live streaming on their iPhone. I want to see how long it takes before they realize I'm talking about them and turn around. It's always nice to see people watching here in the venue on their iPads or iPhones or their smartphones. Travis Hewitt getting ready to step up on the right lane here. Colin Lovejoy on the left lane. Question in our chat, will JJ or Steve Smith be on the featured pairs? I don't know. It doesn't look like it. I don't see them close to here, so I don't think we're going to see them today. Perhaps tomorrow. There's Bidwell. Brennan Cobb also with the front four on this pair. Bidwell with the front three. That one's crossing over and leaves a 6. Oh, and he misses the makeable. Can't afford to give away pins. High game so far today on this pattern. This is after 3 games, but AJ Chapman 299, Dustin Zenner 279, Aaron Lawrence 277, Travis Hewitt 275, and Steve Smith 269 a couple of times. Those are the high games through the first 3 games today. Don't forget to tune in for the women a little bit later on today. They'll be coming up in a little less than 2.5 hours. Devin up again trying to rebound after that missed single pin. And he does so with a strike in the 5th. Kyle asking if Neil Cooley is going to be on the featured pair. He was on already last game. You just missed him. Eric Cornog up on the left lane here. Another question in our chat if Cameron or Wesley are going to be on the featured pair. Cameron was already on a few games ago. Don't know about Wesley. He was on yesterday. Still waiting for the standings after game 4. As soon as we get those in, we'll let you know. Pass them along to you. Got some of the, I think some of the pairs just finished actually. So we're really pretty far ahead on our featured pairs here. We're in the 7th frame, and to the immediate right of this pair, they literally just finished the 1st frame. So, and I see one pair down there that has not even started game 5 yet. So that's why there's a little bit of a delay in getting the standings. By the way, a little tip for those of you watching the live scoring. You haven't figured this out yet. Imagine most of you have. To the right of the player's name, you'll see a plus or minus. That is their total for today only. And also, if you look to the right of that plus minus, there's a number. For example, for Kyle King, it says 240, and that is his previous game. So you can always look to see what the previous game is. For John Janowitz, 227 he had last game. And then down at the very bottom right corner, you can see what game we're in. So it'll say game 5 of 6 currently. That's one way to read those scoreboards in case you're not familiar with them. It's an easy way to keep tabs with it. Just got the latest update here. And Steve Smith obviously still in the lead at plus 218. John Janowitz plus 205. Alex Martin in third place at plus 259. Or plus 159, I'm sorry. Plus 159. We've also got A.J. Chapman in fourth place at plus 121. Darren Tang in fifth at plus 116. Dustin Zenner, he's now dropped down to sixth place at plus 113. Jay Futrell is seventh, plus 109. A.J. Johnson, eighth place, plus 98. Aaron Lawrence in ninth place at plus 83. And 10th place is Nathan Bohr at plus 81. And if the standings stayed the way that they are right now, then it looks like Aaron Lawrence would be the leader, because he finished fourth yesterday and he's currently in ninth place. That would give him a total of 13 points. John Janowitz was 15th yesterday and second so far today, so that would give him 17. But we'll have to wait and see at the end of the day where it stands as far as the point standings go. Check out those standings. And they are updated on bowl.com as well on the PDF file if you prefer to look at it that way. Moving pretty quick on our featured pairs here. Much faster than some of the other pairs. I think they've got a breakdown on 63 and 64, it looks like. They have not even started game 5 yet, so you know what that means. Standings are going to be delayed in game 6 because they can't put out standings until everybody's done with the game. We are in the 9th frame now of game 5 on that pair, and finishing up the 8th frame on 51 and 52. Lovejoy with a 2.45 in the ninth. Devin Bidwell, eighth frame for him. Watching our live coverage here on Bowl TV of the Team USA Trials at Sunset Station. Lucas Wiseman with you. Men's round 2 and the closing stages of game number 5 on our featured pairs. Appreciate you spending part of your day here with us today. Got a lot more to come, though. The women's squad still coming up this afternoon. Cornog in the ninth. Good shot, gets the strike. He's got 167 in the eighth, a strike in the ninth. Max scored 227 out there for him. It's a pretty solid score right now. See if he can close it out. Here's Austin Thompson. We'll finish up the ninth frame on this pair, and it's a big 4. That'll be a little disappointing for him. He had a decent game going as well. Ninth frame for Bidwell. He delivers another strike. That's a double for him. His max is going to be 236 going into the 10th. Open frame for Austin Thompson. Let's check out Trent Mitchell. He's got the biggest string of strikes on this pair right now. He's got 3 in a row heading into the ninth frame. Hey, got another one. Got a little excited about it, too. I would get excited, too. 4 in a row is a nice run here on this pattern today. So a reminder, if you want to sign up for the email updates, you'll get an email with the PDF after each game. You can go to bowl.com/TeamUSATrials, and you can click on 2013 results, and you'll see the button there for email updates. Now, if you signed up and you have not been receiving the updates, if you signed up yesterday and you've not been receiving the updates, please sign up again. There was an error in the system, and you need to sign up again. So please go sign up for those email updates. That's exactly how I get the standings when I'm reading them to you. So you can get them at the same time I do if you sign up for those email updates. There goes Pate with another strike. That was the second one in the 10th. That's 5 in a row for him. And one more strike, he'll get to 217 this game. William Trudell just struck, second shot in the 10th. He can get 210 this game. Tyler Schmitz can strike out in the 10th here for 186. Already got the first one. Let's see if Schmitz can get another one here in the 10th frame. And he does. Nick Pate trying to close out this game with a six-bagger if he can strike on this shot. And he does. I guess you can say he got half a perfect game, right? Back half was perfect. Front half didn't have a double, but still got to 217, so it's a pretty good score out there. $184 for Colin Lovejoy. As we're starting to wrap up this game here. Mitchell is trying to keep that string going. He leaves the 2-5. So his max now 205 this game. Austin Thompson gets a double in the 10th. He'll get to 200 if he strikes again. A.J. Johnson, front nine on lane 20. If you're watching the live scoring, you may want to turn your attention to lane 20. Keep tabs on that. Unfortunately, don't have a camera that far from here, but lane 20, A.J. Johnson. And I'll try to keep you updated with what AJ does in the 10th. He's got a while before he bowls. Thank you to Jay Wilcox for pointing that out in the chat. It's impossible for me to keep tabs on all the scoreboards, so any help you guys can give me when somebody gets a long string like that is appreciated. Trent Mitchell shoots 205. Final shot for Austin Thompson. Shoots 198. Travis Hewitt can get to 225 if he strikes on the fill there. That was the fill ball for Brennan Kolb. He shoots 225. Here's Hewitt. Final shot. That looks pretty good. So 225 for Travis Hewitt. Eric Cornog with a strike, first shot in the 10th, is max 227. Devin Bidwell's first shot in the 10th. He can get to 236 and leaves the 10 pin. So he'll be at 215 if he spares and strikes. Second shot in the 10th for Eric. And that one's way right. Leaves the washout. So he'll be in the two teens this game, it looks like. Bid well, fill ball, strike well. 215 for Devin. Washout conversion. 213 for Eric Cornog. And we will wait for the start of game 6. Shouldn't be too long. It looks like they're starting to wrap up around us here. Might be a few minutes before 51 and 52 gets going, but I think that 53 and 54 should get moving pretty soon. But we'll probably have 5 minutes or so, maybe 10 before they get started. So be patient. Hang in there, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Should be getting started here any second with next game on our featured pairs for Game 6 on 53 and 54. We have Dylan Burns, Joshua Taylor, Eric Acuff, Tyler Vostry, and Matt Farber coming up for you. Looks like they're about to get started. Still waiting for the names to move for 51 and 52. Now I want you to keep in mind as we start this last game that it may be a while before we get standings because there are some pairs that are still bowling in the 5th game. So we will keep an eye out for you and let you know exactly when the standings come in. But obviously they can't send out standings till everybody's done with that 5th game. So as soon as they are done, we'll let you know. It'll come in pretty quick. So this is our final game of the day. In the men's division, the women will be coming up in about 2 hours or so, maybe a little less than 2 hours. Scheduled start time for the women is 1:45. That'd be in an hour and 45 minutes, but still got one more game to go here. Then they got to run the lanes, so probably somewhere between 1:45 and 2 is when we'll get started with the women. And that's that's Pacific time, of course, because we're out here in Vegas. Looks like we've got our bowlers on 51 and 52 moving in, and they should get started in just a moment here. It's going to be Tyler Carroll, Jesse Bauer, Thomas Hager, Riley Dempsey, Nicholas Scott is what it looks like from here. The scoreboards can be a little tough to read sometimes, and the live scoring hasn't quite caught up yet. I think all the women are starting to get in the right mindset for bowling their squad coming up. I was just checking on Twitter. Allie iJams tweeting, each day is a new tournament. Hashtag focused, confident USA sport bowling. Missy Parkin with a tweet as well saying new day, new pattern. A little smiley face. So looks like the women are getting geared up and ready to bowl here in the next couple hours. Spending some time on Twitter, letting their followers know the inside scoop. Christopher Uffman says I should add points to the players who are wearing white socks with black pants. The only thing better would be white socks with a white belt. Deduct points for white belts. Not a fan. It's not a fashion show, it's a bowling tournament. So, if you want to wear some white socks with black pants, hey, go for it. As long as you bowl well, doesn't really matter, right? All right, they're underway on the other pair, so we'll start flipping back and forth. This is Jesse Bauer up on the right lane here. Just barely made that one. 4-pin. Josh Taylor. It's by the skin of his socks there. I think a lot of the pairs really made up some ground and got done with Game 5 pretty quick. That's good news. Farber leaves a 3-6-10 there in the second frame. Those of you in the chat, curious to know if you've clicked on the live stats at all, the men's stats, and what you think about those. If you haven't clicked on it, it allows you to see all kinds of stats. I was looking at it last night for some of the players, and pretty cool stuff on there. You can see how many strings of strikes people had, how many opens they had, how many missed makeable spares, stuff like that. Have you guys been checking that out? What are your thoughts on that system? It's, I believe, the first time that system's been used here in the U.S. It's a program from a guy in France who has been using that in Europe for a little while, and so we decided to try to implement it here. Team trials. I know the coaching staff really excited about that because it will definitely help them in making their selections. Because they'll be able to look at, spare percentage, strike percentage, that kind of stuff. All kinds of numbers in there. It's the kind of data that they use and look at when they're evaluating talent. So it's great news for them to be able to have that completely automated and just coming right in. So it's great that we're able to open that up for you guys as well to be able to check out. So hope you're enjoying it. Live scoring, of course, is legit. I mean, everybody knows that the live scoring is awesome, and that's what we need to have. That's good news. I think that we're set up real nice with that, and hopefully we can do more of that in the future. Matt Farber, third frame. It's a good shot, leaves 4-pin. Jesse Power just got a strike for a double to start this game. Josh Taylor. Oh, almost had the washout there. Open frame. To close out the third frame on that pair. Just starting the third frame over here. If you're just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage here on Bowl TV. Team USA Trials. Sunset Station, Strike Zone Bowling Center. Lucas Wiseman here with you. Our final game of the men for the day is underway. The women will be coming up a little bit later on, about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes or so. They'll be on the lanes for their squad. Big wanting some more information on this Beijing pattern. You can find all the information you want at world10pinbowling.com. They've got all the details on these lane patterns as they are WTBA patterns. We've got some big tournaments coming up for USBC. The USBC Masters is the next one coming up here mid-February, February 18th to the 24th at Brunswick Carolier Lanes in New Jersey. We hope that you will come out and participate in that event. It's a big bowling center, I think 82 lanes if I'm not mistaken, and a great event with a unique bracket format. So if you live in that area, for sure you need to be there to compete in the USBC Masters. Bowl.com/USBC Masters for more information on that. And the USBC Open and Women's Championships are both coming up in the next couple of months. You can still sign up for those at bowl.com/tournaments is where you'll be able to find more information on those events. Game 5 standings just coming in. John Janowitz has moved into the lead by 3 pins over Steve Smith. Double J at 1239. So plus 239 for John Janowitz, plus 236 for Steve Smith. A.J. Johnson now in third place at plus 177. Jay Futrell, fourth place, plus 153. Darren Tang and Alex Martin tied for fifth at plus 141. that is where we stand on this in the second round of competition. And if all the players stayed in the same spot they're in right now after this game, we would have a tie for first place with Aaron Lawrence and John Janowitz at 16 points apiece. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. John Janowitz bowling pretty well. He's got 79 in the fourth and working on a double. Aaron Lawrence just getting underway here with game number 6, double spare. We'll see how that points system turns out after this day is over. Dennis asks if there's a reason for these pattern names. They are named after previous Olympic cities. That's what the patterns are named after. Coach K asking about the stat program. The stat program, it ties into, I believe it ties into the computer system in the bowling center that runs the pin setters. So it's a little bit more complicated to set up. You have to set it up in a center to be able to pull the stats, if that makes sense. And we've got a specialist here who's been working on it for us, because this is our warm-up, if you want to say, for the World Championships, which is going to be here in August. But hey, the more that this stats program is proven and that it works, maybe the more it'll become prevalent in the United States. But it does take some work to get it set up and going, and it's still being perfected here at Sunset Station. So you got to work out some of the kinks. Jesse Bauer working on the front 3. Just turned it into the front 4. Don't forget to tune in for the women this afternoon, about an hour and a half from now. The women will be on the lanes for their second round. This is the final game in the men's division. Would ask you please consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Just above the video you're watching, you'll see a subscribe button. If you're already subscribed, it should say subscribed, so don't click it. Leave that alone. But if you haven't subscribed yet, please push subscribe, and you can join us here on our YouTube channel. You get email updates when we post new videos. Be part of the USBC YouTube family. If you're looking for standings or information on this event, you can go to bowl.com/Team USA Trials, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Jesse Bauer with the front 4 and just left a 4-pin there. Tyler Vostri getting ready to step up on the far right side of your screen here. So former Junior Team USA member. Being told that Adam Chase has the front 9 on lane 29, so if you want to look at that on the live scoring, check it out. We don't have a camera on it, but seems like he's up right now. So I'll let you know how he finishes up here. Thanks to those of you in the chat who have alerted us to that fact. Looks like Adam struck again. It's hard to tell though, it's pretty far away. I think that's him. Have to wait for the update to come in on the live scoring. Meanwhile, we're in the 6th frame here on our featured pairs of this final game. And he did shoot 300, Adam Chase, 300 game. So congratulations. It's our second 300 of the tournament. Aaron Lawrence and Adam Chase, both two bowlers have shot 300 this week so far. Aaron had one yesterday. Adam won today. We've had a couple of 299s. John Serbinsky and AJ Chapman have bowled 299 games. And we've had two 300s now, so a few honor scores out there today. Please be sure to join us for the women's squad a little bit later on. Scheduled to start at 1:45 Pacific time, about an hour and 20 minutes from now. And we will be bringing the live stream down after this game ends during the break, but don't worry because it will be back when the women get started, and you'll see a countdown on the page letting you know when it's supposed to start again. Finishing up the 8th frame on 53 and 54. 51 and 52, they're in the middle of the 7th here. AJ Tackett with the front 8 on 44. That one I can actually kind of see. I can't hold the camera on it, but I can see it. And he's on the approach right now. I'll let you know what he does here. think it was a 10 pin. Yeah, he left a 10 pin. Marshall Kent, front 7 on 63. Try to keep an eye on him. Seems like we got some folks who've figured it out here at the end. Shooting some big scores. Marshall Kent's up off to my right with the front 7, it looks like. Looks like you got another one. Someone asking where Matt Gasson is. He is on lane 55. Tyler Vostri gets a little love tap on that pin there for the strike in the 9th frame. Nice shot there by Matt Farber. He had 5 in a row before that one, but leaves the 10 on that shot. Marshall Kent front 9 on 63 and 64. Could we have another one? To wait and see. Tyler Carroll, 9th frame. Justin asking if we can see Marshall on camera. We cannot. It's too far away, 10 lanes away, and there's a post between me and him. Makes it a little more difficult. But I'll let you know what happens. Derek Acuff, 185. So we're wrapping up this game. Dylan Burns going to be at 192 if he makes that single pin. Tyler Vostry can strike out for 206. Still in the 9th frame here on 51 and 52. Gary says, I need a camera you can carry around or have someone carry around to see the other lanes. I wish. You know how expensive that is? I don't exactly have a big budget for our live streaming here. I would love to have that, but we're not ESPN, unfortunately. At least not yet. Maybe one day. Marshall's got his ball in his hand. He's ready to step up. Marshall left a 2.810. 2.810 for Marshall Kent in the 10th. So not only is he not going to shoot 300, he's not happy about it because it looks like an open frame potentially here. Nick Scott, 9th frame. Strike closes out the 9th on that pair. Tyler Vostry ended up with 190. Josh Taylor can get to 190 as well if he strikes out. Matt Farber, 248 if he strikes out. Farber with the 7-pin leave. That'll drop his max score to 237. Tenth frame in progress on 51 and 52. Tyler Carroll can strike out for 191. Just got the first one in the 10th there. Tom Hagler can make the spare and strike on the field for 226. Final shot here for Farber. He shoots 234, so that brings to a close the competition on 53 and 54. It sure looks as though Steve Smith might lead the day, although there's a chance that somebody could jump ahead of him. And it's too hard to tell right now who's going to lead the point standings after today. Aaron Lawrence and John Janowitz both have a chance to do it. It's going to be Aaron Lawrence shot 214. It's just a matter of whether or not Aaron drops spots with the 214 game. If Aaron drops a couple of spots, then it'll be John Janowitz, it looks like, in the lead for the day. Although, if John Serbinsky bowled a big last game, then he could move up, enough to hold down that top spot. We'll have to see when the standings come out. We're in the last few shots here of this second round for the men. The women will be coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes or so. It's going to take them a little while to oil the lanes. Got more than 60 lanes they got to oil for the women, so. Nick Carbonetto wants to know what Matt Farber finished up for the day. I believe it was plus 79. .161 for Riley Dempsey. Tyler Carroll, 191. Thomas Hagler, 226. Jesse Bauer can shoot 214 if he strikes on the fill here. Nick Scott, second shot in the 10th here. Oh, should have been a spare there, but he left a 8-pin. 173 for Nick Scott. So that's going to do it for the men's round two. We will be back in about an hour and 15 minutes with the women's second round. They should be getting underway at about 2 p.m. Pacific time. Be sure to check bowl.com for the latest standings. They'll be updated as soon as they are completed. We'll see you back here at about 2 o'clock Pacific time.